Hello? Hi? Hola? What's up? Welcome to the journey of Jen and Damian. This is a heartwarming love story filled with twists, challenges, and deep emotions. Watch as they navigate betrayal, forgiveness, and find their way back to each other. I hope you'll enjoy this beautiful journey of true love. If you're new here, welcome aboard. Don't forget to check out my other videos for more heartwarming stories. If you're a returning viewer, thank you for your support and for being with me on this journey, Love True Love Sleep. Chapter 1. Jen and Damian, the Unspoken Truth. The city was bathed in the soft golden hue of the evening sun. As Jen stood by the window of her apartment, her gaze lost in the horizon. The world outside seemed to blur, fading into a silent backdrop of noise. Car horns, footsteps, the distant chatter of pedestrians. But inside, in the quiet of her mind, everything was crystal clear. She had built walls, high and thick, around her heart. Walls that nobody had ever managed to scale, until him, Damian. Her phone buzzed on the counter, the sudden noise cutting through the stillness like a sharp knife. She sighed, fingers brushing against her temple as she turned towards the sound. She knew it was him, the only person who could disrupt her thoughts so completely. She had never been one to be easily swayed by emotions. But with Damian, it was different. She picked up the phone and saw his name light up the screen. A soft smile tugged at the corners of her lips before she quickly wiped it away, returning her face to its usual guarded expression. "Hey, Jen. It's Damian. Are you ready for dinner?" His voice rang out, warm and smooth, just as it always did. He didn't need to say much. His tone alone was enough to set her heart racing. Jen inhaled deeply before responding, trying to steady herself. "Yeah, I'm almost ready." She could feel her pulse quickening as she spoke. She wasn't sure why he had this effect on her. Why, when he said her name, it felt like the whole world shifted. Maybe it was because for the first time in years, she felt seen, but there was a part of her, deep inside, that questioned everything about this. The fear, the doubt, the part that wanted to run far away from the intensity of what was blossoming between them. She had learned the hard way not to trust so easily. Trust, to Jen, was a fragile thing. Easily shattered, impossible to rebuild. Jen had been betrayed once before. By someone she thought she could trust. Someone she had loved with all her heart. Caleb. The name still stung, like salt on a wound. She remembered the way he looked at her, with those eyes full of promises that turned out to be lies. She had been naive, a fool who had given her heart too freely. And now, here she was again, standing at the edge, about to dive into the unknown with Damian. He was different. She knew that. He wasn't like Caleb, but still, her heart trembled at the thought of repeating the same mistakes. "Jen?" Damian's voice pulled her back from her dark thoughts. "Yeah, sorry. I'll be out in a second." She quickly glanced at herself in the mirror. The reflection that stared back at her was a woman caught between two worlds. On the outside, she looked composed, strong even. But inside, the battle raged. Could she let herself fall for him? Or would this be just another story of disappointment? As she stepped out of her apartment, she couldn't help but notice the way the city had changed. The lights were brighter tonight, the air colder. Every step felt heavier than the last, as if the weight of the decision she was about to make was pulling her down. When she reached the elevator, it dinged open, and there he was, Damian, waiting. His tall, confident figure leaning against the wall, his eyes scanning her as if he could see right through the walls she had so carefully constructed. "Ready to go?" he asked, his voice low, but full of warmth. Jen nodded, though her mind was far from settled. She followed him out of the building, the chilly night air greeting them as they stepped into the car. The city's skyline stretched out before them, a sea of twinkling lights, as if the stars themselves had fallen down to earth. But Jen couldn't shake the feeling that she was on the edge of something monumental, something that could change everything. The car ride was silent, except for the hum of the engine and the occasional sound of the tires on the pavement. Every few seconds, Jen glanced at Damian, trying to read the man who had captivated her so thoroughly. But there was something about him, an enigma that kept her at arm's length. He seemed perfect, too perfect. "What's wrong?" Damian's voice broke through the stillness, his gaze flickering toward her. "You're quiet tonight." Jen stiffened, but she quickly masked it with a smile. "Just thinking," she replied, her voice a little too calm for her liking. He studied her for a moment, as if deciding whether to push further. "Thinking about what?" Jen swallowed, her mind racing. "Life," she said softly, "and what it really means to trust someone again." Damian's eyes softened. He reached across the car, his fingers brushing against hers. The touch was gentle, a silent promise that said more than words ever could. "I'm not Caleb, Jen," he said quietly, his voice sincere. "I'll never be him." Jen's breath caught in her throat, the pain of her past flaring up like a wound freshly opened. She wanted to believe him. God, she wanted to. But the ghosts of the past were hard to shake. They arrived at the restaurant, the soft glow of the chandeliers above casting a golden hue over the room. Jen stepped out of the car, her feet moving on autopilot. Damian followed her, his presence always just a step behind, yet somehow always so close. As they entered the restaurant, Jen felt the eyes of the room shift toward them. Damian, with his effortless charisma, and her, the woman who was still learning to trust. She could feel the weight of her own insecurities, the doubts that whispered in the back of her mind. Was this real, or was it just another fleeting moment? Damian stopped in front of her, his eyes locking with hers. The silence between them was thick, charged with everything they had yet to say. "I'm here, Jen," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not going anywhere." And for the first time in a long time, Jen believed him. The walls around her heart trembled, just for a moment, before they slowly began to crumble. But would it be enough? Would the love they were beginning to build be strong enough to survive the ghosts of her past? Only time would tell. Chapter 2. The old relationship with Caleb. The restaurant was dimly lit, its atmosphere buzzing with the quiet hum of conversations and clinking glasses. But to Jen, it felt as though the world had slowed down, each second stretching on longer than the last. Damian's hand lingered on hers, the warmth of his touch grounding her. Yet her mind was far from the present moment. It kept drifting back to a different time, a time when she had loved someone else, someone who had shattered her heart. Caleb. The name echoed in her mind like a distant, haunting melody. She had loved him, truly. He had been her everything once, her protector, her confidant, her future. His smile had been the one she sought in a crowded room, and his voice was the comfort she craved after every long day. He had made her feel special, loved, as though they were meant to be together forever. But forever, as Jen had learned, wasn't as certain as it seemed. She remembered the first time they met. It had been at a friend's party. Caleb had entered the room with that effortless charm that seemed to pull people in, his laughter easy, and his eyes full of promises. He had walked up to her, his smile widening as he introduced himself, and it felt like everything in that moment had aligned. There was something about him, something that made her feel safe, like she had found someone who understood her in a way no one else did. At first, it had been magic. Every date, every whispered conversation, every touch. It felt like they were building something that could never break. Jen had given him her trust, her heart, and even her future, believing they would face the world together. But all of that changed. It was a quiet betrayal, one that had crept up slowly, unnoticed, until it was too late. Jen hadn't seen the signs at first. Caleb had become distant, his calls fewer, his promises less convincing. But Jen, ever the optimist, had brushed it off. She had convinced herself that it was just a phase, that everything would go back to normal. And then one day everything fell apart. She had found the messages, the texts, the secret exchanges, all hidden under layers of deceit. She remembered the cold, sick feeling that had washed over her as she stared at the screen, unable to comprehend what she was reading. Caleb, the man she had given everything to, was seeing someone else. No, he wasn't just seeing one person. He had been seeing multiple people, betraying her with lies and hidden rendezvous. The man she had trusted with her heart had been unfaithful, and she had been the last to know. Jen's hands had shaken as she confronted him. He had tried to deny it at first, his face filled with false innocence, but the truth was undeniable. The coldness in his eyes, the defensiveness in his voice, it was all there. Caleb had never admitted the full extent of his betrayal, but Jen had seen enough. The man she had once believed in had turned out to be nothing more than a stranger, a liar. The pain had been unlike anything she had ever felt. It was sharp, relentless, like 1,000 tiny cuts that would never heal. She had trusted him in a way that left her vulnerable, and in the end, he had used that trust to destroy her. Caleb had stolen her innocence, her belief in love, and he had left her to pick up the pieces of a shattered heart. The hardest part wasn't just the betrayal, it was the silence that followed. Caleb didn't fight for her. He didn't apologize, the way she had expected. Instead, he let her walk away, as if she meant nothing to him. That had hurt more than anything, the realization that she had never truly meant anything to him. Jen's eyes welled up as she sat in the restaurant, her gaze fixed on her glass of wine, but she couldn't bring herself to take a sip. Her thoughts kept drifting back to that moment, to the look in Caleb's eyes as he turned away from her, his indifference like a slap in the face. "Jen, you okay?" Damian's voice broke through her reverie and she blinked, trying to focus on the present. He was looking at her with concern, his brow furrowed in that way he did when he was worried. Jen forced a smile, trying to push the memories of Caleb away. "Yeah, just a little tired," she lied, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She didn't want to burden Damian with her past, not tonight. Not when they were finally starting something new. But it wasn't that simple. Jen had never fully healed from the wounds Caleb had left behind. She had tried. Oh, how she had tried. But every time she thought she had moved on, something would bring her back to him, to the hurt, to the anger, to the betrayal. Damian's hand gently cupped hers again, and for a moment, the warmth of his touch was enough to quell the storm inside her. He didn't know the full story, not the ugly details of her past, the way Caleb had taken everything she had to offer and trampled on it. Jen had never been able to talk about it. Not with her friends, not with her family, and definitely not with Damian. But tonight, as she looked at him, sitting across from her with that genuine concern in his eyes, something shifted. For the first time in years, she wanted to believe. She wanted to believe that there was someone who could truly see her. Not as the broken girl from her past, but as the woman she was becoming. Jen's voice cracked slightly as she spoke again. Damian, I don't know if I can do this again. I don't know if I can let myself fall. Not after everything Caleb did. Damian's gaze softened. He reached across the table, his fingers gently brushing hers. I understand, Jen. I'm not asking you to forget your past. I'm just asking you to trust me, trust us, and see where this goes. For the first time in a long while, Jen didn't feel the weight of her past crushing her. The uncertainty, the fear, it was still there, lurking in the corners of her heart. But for now, in this moment, she allowed herself to breathe. She allowed herself to think that maybe, just maybe, there was a chance for something real. Something that wasn't built on lies, on betrayal, or on heartbreak. It wouldn't be easy. Nothing ever was. But perhaps, just perhaps, she was ready to try again. And this time, she would do it on her own terms. Chapter 3. The Return of Melissa. Jen had just finished her dinner with Damian, her mind still floating somewhere between the laughter and light-hearted moments of their evening, when the unexpected happened. They had walked out of the restaurant, hand in hand, the night air cool against their skin, when the doorbell of her apartment rang. Jen's smile faltered for a split second, her thoughts immediately interrupted by the sound of the doorbell echoing through the quiet hallway. Damian, sensing the shift in her mood, squeezed her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, it's probably someone delivering a package, he said softly. But his tone carried the hint of uncertainty, as if he too were unsure of what could await behind that door. Jen took a deep breath, forcing a smile to cover her growing unease. Yeah, probably. But as she opened the door, she froze. Her eyes locked with the woman standing in front of her, and for a brief moment, the world seemed to stop. There was no mistaking it. It was Melissa. Melissa, Jen's ex-best friend, the one who had betrayed her in the most heart-wrenching way possible. The one whose actions had torn apart their once unbreakable bond. Melissa's face, always so familiar, looked almost alien to her now. There was a softness in her expression, but Jen couldn't ignore the hurt that still lingered between them. The years of silence, the unspoken words, the fracture that had never truly healed. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Jen stood there, staring at her former friend, the silence between them growing thick with the weight of years and pain. Finally, Melissa spoke, her voice almost timid, as if she wasn't sure how to begin. Jen, she said softly, her eyes searching Jen's face for any sign of recognition, any sign that she still mattered. Jen's throat tightened, emotions flooding in like a wave crashing against her resolve. She had spent so long building walls around herself, walls that were supposed to protect her from people like Melissa, from the people who had hurt her. from the ones who had betrayed her trust in the most unforgivable ways. "Melissa," Jen replied, her voice colder than she intended. There was no warmth in it, no familiarity, just the rawness of someone who had been scarred, someone who had once loved and trusted this person more than anyone else in the world. "What are you doing here?" Melissa shifted uncomfortably, her eyes dropping to the floor for a moment before meeting Jen's gaze once more. I came to apologize. I owe you that, Jen. I know I can never take back what I did, but I wanted to say that I'm sorry for everything." Jen's breath caught in her throat. Apologies. Melissa's apology. The very same words Jen had longed to hear, yet could never seem to receive. The words she had begged for in the aftermath of Caleb's betrayal. But they had never come from the one person who truly mattered in that moment, her best friend. Melissa, the one who had been there for her through everything, had shattered her in the same way Caleb had. The years of pain, of anger, of silence between them flooded back. The night Jen had discovered the affair between Caleb and Melissa felt like it had just happened yesterday. She remembered the bitter taste of betrayal that had settled in her mouth, the disbelief that had twisted her stomach into knots. How could Melissa, her best friend, her confidant, do this to her? How could she betray the bond they had shared? "I don't know if I can forgive you, Melissa," Jen said quietly, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. Her heart raced as she spoke, emotions churning inside her, but she couldn't bring herself to look away. "I don't know if I can ever look at you the same way again." Melissa winced at the words, but she didn't back away. She stood her ground, her voice shaking but resolute. "I understand. I don't deserve your forgiveness. I can't change what I did, and I know I hurt you beyond repair. But I want you to know that I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you, Jen. I was selfish, and I was wrong." Jen closed her eyes for a moment, trying to process the emotions swirling within her. The anger, the hurt, the confusion. The part of her that had long buried these feelings deep down was now fighting to come to the surface. She didn't know what to say, didn't know how to react. Could she even let herself believe Melissa's apology? Could she open her heart to someone who had once been her everything and yet had so easily torn it all apart? Damian, standing silently by her side, observed the exchange with quiet understanding. He knew the weight of this moment for Jen. He knew how hard it was for her to face the past, to confront the betrayal she had buried for so long. And yet, he also knew that this was something Jen had to do on her own. He could offer her support, but the choice of forgiveness was hers to make. Melissa took a step forward, her eyes welling with tears. "Jen, I don't expect anything from you. I don't expect you to forgive me, or to ever be friends again. But I need you to know that I've changed. I'm not the same person I was when I hurt you. I've realized the cost of my actions, and I can never take that back. But I can only hope that one day, maybe, you'll be able to forgive me. Even if we never speak again, I just wanted to tell you, I'm sorry." Jen felt the tears sting at her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. She had been through too much. She had fought too hard to hold herself together. And yet, in that moment, she realized something. The anger, the betrayal, it had all been part of her healing process. She had let herself feel every ounce of pain, every ounce of heartbreak, because that was the only way she could move forward. But now, Standing in front of Melissa, she saw something different. She saw a woman who was genuinely sorry. A woman who had, in her own way, suffered just as Jen had. And maybe, just maybe, that was the first step toward healing. Not just for Melissa, but for herself as well. Jen took a deep breath, steadying herself. I don't know if I can forgive you today, Melissa, but I'm willing to try. Maybe that's all we can do. Try. Melissa nodded, a tear slipping down her cheek. Thank you, Jen. That's more than I could ever ask for. The silence between them wasn't as heavy now. It wasn't filled with the bitterness of the past, but with something softer. Something tentative, something hopeful. Jen looked over at Damian, who gave her a small, encouraging smile. And for the first time in a long while, Jen felt a flicker of something she hadn't felt in years. Peace. The road ahead would be long, but maybe it was time to let go of the past. Maybe it was time to start healing. Chapter 4. The Growing Connection. Jen sat by the window, her fingers tracing the edge of the glass as the soft glow of the city lights bathed the room in a gentle hue. Her thoughts wandered, as they often did these days, to Damian. There was something so comforting about being with him, something that felt like home. In his presence, she found a kind of peace she hadn't known in years, peace that didn't come with the painful memories of Caleb, or the betrayal that had almost destroyed her. Damian's steady affection had slowly chipped away at the walls she'd built around herself. Each gesture, every quiet moment they shared, made her feel seen and cherished. It was unlike anything she had ever known. He didn't rush her. He didn't try to force her to forget the past. Instead, he simply allowed her to be herself. And that, perhaps more than anything else, was what drew her closer to him. But despite this growing bond, Jen couldn't shake the feeling that something lingered beneath the surface. There was a constant tension in the back of her mind, a reminder that the past wasn't easily erased. Caleb's betrayal, the anger she'd carried for so long, it still haunted her, lingering in every corner of her thoughts, whispering doubts into her heart. And as much as Damian tried to make her feel safe, as much as he showed her love and understanding, she couldn't help but wonder, could she ever truly escape the shadow of her past? Damian, too, had his own struggles. Jen could see it in the way his eyes lingered on her sometimes, the uncertainty flickering behind his confident exterior. It wasn't that he wasn't sure of his feelings for her. No, it was more than that. It was the quiet, unspoken fear that perhaps she wasn't ready for the kind of commitment he was beginning to crave. One evening, after a quiet dinner at her place, Jen could feel the weight of the moment in the air between them. Damian had been quiet for most of the evening, his usual easy smile replaced with a subtle frown, his gaze distant at times as if lost in his thoughts. Damian? Jen's voice was soft, tentative as she reached out to him. He turned to her, his expression unreadable for a moment before a gentle smile tugged at his lips. "Hey," he said, his tone warm but tinged with something Jen couldn't quite place. "Sorry, I've just got a lot on my mind." Jen nodded, her heart tightening slightly. She knew that feeling all too well, the weight of unspoken things. She reached for his hand, the contact grounding her. "You've been a little distant lately," she murmured. "Is everything okay?" Damian's eyes softened, and he squeezed her hand. his fingers lingering on hers as if reluctant to let go. "It's nothing, really," he replied, though his voice betrayed him. "Just thinking about us, I guess." "Us?" Jen repeated, her mind racing. She could sense there was more to his words, something unsaid hanging in the air. Her own heart thudded in her chest. She wanted to reach out, to pull him closer. But the weight of the past, of everything she'd been through, still felt like a heavy cloak around her shoulders. Damian let out a sigh, looking away for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. "Jen, I care about you, more than I've ever cared about anyone. You mean the world to me, but..." He hesitated, biting his lip as if trying to find the right words. "I guess I'm just scared." Jen's breath hitched at his words. She searched his face, looking for any sign of what he meant. "Scared of what?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Scared of losing you," he admitted, his gaze meeting hers with a raw honesty that sent a pang of emotion through her chest. "Scared that one day you'll wake up and realize you're not ready for something this serious. That you'll remember what Caleb did to you, what Melissa did to you, and you won't want me anymore." Jen felt her heart tighten in her chest. Damian's words hit harder than she expected. She knew that he was right in some ways. Her past was always a part of her, lingering like a shadow, even as she tried to build something new with him. She had learned to trust him, yes, but could she really let go of the doubts that still plagued her? "I'm sorry," Damian continued, his voice quiet. "I don't mean to pressure you. I just..." He trailed off, his shoulders slumping slightly. "I've never felt this way before, Jen, and I don't want to screw it up." Jen's heart broke for him in that moment. She could see the vulnerability in his eyes, the uncertainty that he tried so hard to hide behind his usual confident demeanor. She reached up, cupping his face gently in her hands. "Damian," she whispered, softly, her thumb brushing against his cheek. "You haven't done anything wrong. You've done everything right." His eyes flickered to hers, searching, waiting for something more. Jen took a deep breath, trying to steady herself before speaking again. "I care about you too," she said, her voice steady but filled with emotion. "But I'm scared too, Damian. Scared that I'm not ready for what you want. Scared that I'm not ready to let go of everything that happened with Caleb and Melissa. I've spent so much of my life fighting to protect myself from getting hurt again. But with you..." She faltered, the words slipping from her lips before she could stop them. "I want to let go of that fear. I want to be with you. But it's not easy, and it's not going to happen overnight." Damian nodded slowly, his gaze softening as he held her closer. "I get it. I do. And I'm not asking you to be perfect, Jen. I'm not asking you to forget the past. I just want you to know that I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." Jen let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her shoulders relaxing as she melted into his embrace. For the first time in a long while, she felt a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, she could let someone in again. And that someone was Damian. They sat there for a while, wrapped in each other's arms, the weight of unspoken fears and doubts still lingering, but somehow lighter in the shared silence between them. Jen didn't know what the future held, or how long it would take for her to fully open up to Damian, but for the first time, she felt like she could take that first step. Maybe, just maybe, They could figure this out together. And for Damian, the uncertainty remained. But there was something different now. Something that made him believe that love, despite the challenges, was worth fighting for. Chapter 5. Confrontation with Caleb. Jen's breath caught in her throat as she stepped into the coffee shop, the familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee filling the air. It had been years since she had walked into this place. Years since she had seen Caleb, the man she had once loved with all her heart. The memories flooded back in waves, those long nights they had spent talking about their dreams, their plans for the future. Back then, he had been her everything. But that was before the betrayal, before the lies, before everything had come crashing down around her. She had seen Caleb's name pop up on her phone just a few hours ago, an unexpected message that had shaken her to her core. "I need to see you. Please, Jen. I owe you an explanation." She had hesitated at first, the hurt and anger still raw, but curiosity got the better of her. She needed to know. She needed to face the man who had torn her heart apart and look him in the eye. So she had agreed to meet him. Now, as she waited at the corner table, her palms were clammy, her heart racing in her chest. She kept telling herself she was stronger than this, that she had moved on. But the truth was that seeing Caleb again made her feel like she was drowning in a sea of old emotions. The door swung open, and there he was, Caleb. Older, maybe a little more worn around, the edges, but still striking in his own way. His eyes locked with hers, and for a moment, everything else in the world disappeared. Jen's heart lurched in her chest, and she quickly looked away, trying to steady her breathing. She couldn't let him see how much his presence still affected her. He walked toward her, his steps hesitant, unsure. She could see the way he was trying to hold himself together, but the cracks in his facade were evident. "Jen," he said softly, his voice filled with a mixture of guilt and regret. "It's really you." Jen nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She could feel her emotions swirling within her, a storm of anger, confusion, and something else that she didn't want to admit. She had told herself she was over him, that he was nothing more than a chapter in her past. But seeing him here, seeing the man who had once promised her everything, made it impossible to ignore the feelings that were resurfacing. "Can we sit?" Caleb asked, his voice shaking slightly. Jen hesitated for a moment before nodding. She slid into the booth, her hands tightly clasped in front of her. She couldn't let herself break down. Not now. Not in front of him. She had come here for answers, not to revisit the past. Caleb sat across from her, his eyes never leaving hers. There was a sincerity in his gaze that made Jen's stomach twist. She hated that it still affected her. "I never thought I'd see you again," he began, his voice low, almost a whisper. "I'm sorry, Jen. I've been sorry for a long time." Jen's eyes narrowed. "Sorry? That's all you have to say after everything you put me through?" Caleb winced, his face falling. "I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. I don't even deserve to be in your life after what I did. But I need you to know that I was stupid. I was selfish, and I regret it every single day." Jen could feel the anger rising in her chest. "You think that makes it better? You think that makes up for what you did?" She spat. "You slept with Melissa. You lied to me, Caleb. You shattered everything we had, everything I thought I knew about you. Caleb's face paled, and he looked away, guilt washing over his features. I know I destroyed us, and I can't take that back, but I want you to know that it wasn't what I wanted. I never wanted to hurt you. I was lost, and I did, something that I regret more than anything. Jen's heart ached, but she quickly pushed the feeling aside. She couldn't allow herself to feel sorry for him, not after everything that had happened. And now you want me to just forgive you? You think that after all this time you can just waltz back into my life and expect everything to be okay? Caleb's eyes pleaded with hers, desperation in his voice. I know I don't deserve another chance, but please, Jen, I've changed. I know I can't undo the past, but I want to make things right. I want to try again. I still love you. I always have. Jen's breath caught in her throat at his words. She hadn't expected him to say that. The confession hit her like a punch to the gut. She had spent so long trying to move on, trying to bury the feeling she once had for him. But hearing him say it, he still loved her, made everything feel so much harder. For a long moment, Jen was silent, the weight of his words pressing down on her. Her mind raced, her heart conflicted. She could feel the old emotions rising up, the love she had once felt for him threatening to overwhelm her. She had loved him once, with all her heart, but that was before the betrayal, before everything fell apart. I don't know what to say, Jen finally whispered, her voice barely audible. You hurt me, Caleb. You broke me. I don't know if I can ever forgive you for that. Caleb's face contorted in pain, his voice breaking. I understand. I know I don't have the right to ask for your forgiveness, but I can't just walk away. I need you to know how sorry I am. I need you to know that I'm not the same person I was. Jen closed her eyes, her heart aching as the past flooded her mind. Those first months of their relationship, the dreams they had shared, the future they had planned together. But those dreams had been shattered by Caleb's betrayal, and she couldn't forget that. She had spent so much time rebuilding her life, learning to trust again. And now, here he was, asking her to open up to him once more. Damian, she whispered softly, her mind flashing to the man who had been by her side through it all. He had shown her what it meant to be loved, to be truly cared for. She couldn't throw that away, could she? I can't make this decision now, Jen said, her voice shaking as she looked Caleb in the eye. I need time. I need to figure out what I want. Caleb nodded slowly, his face etched with regret. Take all the time you need. I'll be here, waiting. I just want you to know that I still love you, Jen. And I always will. As Jen stood up to leave, her mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Caleb's words had opened a door she thought had been firmly closed. But she couldn't forget the pain, the betrayal. And as much as she wanted to forgive him, she knew that moving forward would mean confronting her past and deciding what kind of future she wanted to build, alone or with someone who had once broken her heart. The hardest decision of her life lay ahead. Chapter 6. Melissa and the Apology. Jen sat in the quiet cafe, her fingers tapping nervously on her coffee cup. She had agreed to meet Melissa, the one person who had once been her best friend, only to turn that friendship into a betrayal so deep it had nearly broken Jen beyond repair. The memory of it still lingered like a dark cloud over her, but here she was, sitting face to face with the woman who had shattered her world. Melissa entered the cafe hesitantly, her eyes scanning the room before locking with Jen's. She was still beautiful, still the same woman Jen had shared laughter and tears with in their younger years. But that didn't change what Melissa had done. That didn't change the destruction she had caused in Jen's life. "Jen," Melissa said softly, her voice laced with a vulnerability Jen hadn't heard in years. "I can't believe it's really you." Jen's gaze was steady, but cold. She had no words. No words for the woman who had betrayed her in the most painful way possible. But she nodded, gesturing for Melissa to sit. Melissa hesitated but took the seat across from Jen. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The air between them was thick with the weight of the past, of the hurt, the anger, the confusion. Finally, it was Melissa who broke the silence. "I know you probably don't want to hear anything from me, but please, Jen, just let me explain. I owe you that much." Jen's fingers curled tighter around the coffee cup, her heart pounding in her chest. She had spent years trying to forget what had happened. But now, sitting here, it was impossible to ignore the flood of emotions. The love, the pain, the betrayal. All of it came rushing back in an instant. "I don't know if I can listen to anything you have to say," Jen replied, her voice thick with emotion. "You hurt me, Mel. You took the one thing that meant everything to me and you—" "I know," Melissa interrupted, her eyes brimming with tears. "I know what I did. I can't ever make it right. But please let me explain. I need you to understand why I did it." Jen exhaled slowly, leaning back in her chair, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. "I don't know if I'm ready for an explanation. I don't know if I can hear it." "I understand," Melissa said, her voice trembling. "But please, I've lived with this guilt for so long. I've had to carry it, and I can't keep it in any longer. I owe you the truth, and I owe myself the chance to apologize properly." Jen closed her eyes briefly, her mind racing. She could feel the pull of their past friendship, the closeness they had shared. But all of that had been obliterated by one fateful night. One moment of weakness, and yet, here Melissa was, offering an apology, one that seemed too little, too late. "I thought I loved Caleb," Melissa continued, her voice shaky. "When it happened, I don't know what I was thinking. It was wrong. I never meant to hurt you. But I did. And I can't take that back. I saw something in Caleb I thought was real, and I was so desperate to be wanted, to be loved, that I ignored the consequences. I ignored the one person who had always been there for me, you." Jen's breath caught in her throat as the words settled in. Desperate to be loved. That was what it had all boiled down to, wasn't it? Melissa's own insecurities, her own need for validation, had driven her to destroy the most important relationship she had. Jen had always been the one to listen, to support, and yet in the end, she had been the one betrayed by the person she had trusted the most. "Why didn't you tell me?" Jen asked, her voice small, but filled with a quiet desperation for answers. "Why didn't you tell me about Caleb? Why didn't you tell me what was really going on?" Melissa's eyes filled with tears, her hands trembling as she reached across the table. "I was ashamed. I knew what I was doing was wrong. I thought I could fix it on my own. But I couldn't. And when you found out, when you left, I realized just how badly I had ruined everything. You were my best friend, Jen. The one person I thought would always be there for me. And I lost you. I lost everything. Jen looked at her, her heart heavy. There was truth in Melissa's words, but there was also so much damage. How could she ever trust her again? How could she ever forget the image of Caleb and Melissa together? The lies, the betrayal. You were my best friend, Mel, Jen whispered, her voice trembling. And now, I don't even know who you are anymore. I don't expect you to forgive me, Melissa said softly, her voice breaking. I don't deserve it. I know that, but I'm asking for a chance, for the smallest chance to make things right. Not to fix what's broken, but to at least be honest with you. To at least take responsibility for what I did. Jen felt her chest tighten, her emotions a whirlwind inside her. She had spent so many sleepless nights thinking about Melissa, wondering if she would ever have the courage to face her again. And now that she had, Jen realized something. She still wasn't sure she could forgive her, but there was a part of her that wanted to. A part of her that missed the girl she used to be close to, the one who had been there through thick and thin, but that girl was gone. That girl was lost to the betrayal, and no apology, no matter how sincere, could change that. I don't know what to say to you, Mel, Jen said quietly, her voice raw with emotion. I don't know if I can ever forgive you. I don't know if I can ever forget what you did. Melissa nodded slowly, her eyes brimming with tears. I understand. I just needed you to know. I'm sorry, Jen. I truly am. Jen stood up, her heart aching as she looked down at her former best friend. The pain was still there, the scars too deep to heal quickly. But as she walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling that part of her, the part that had once loved and trusted Melissa, had been buried beneath the weight of the betrayal. And for the first time, Jen realized that forgiveness wasn't something she could give easily. But the question was, did she even want to forgive? Chapter 7. The Outside Pressure. The city lights flickered outside the window of the apartment, casting soft glimmers across the room where Jen and Damian sat. The tension in the air was palpable, as both of them tried to ignore the weight of the world pressing down on them from all directions. It had been a week since Jen had seen Melissa, and though her heart was heavy with the encounter, she had tried her best to move forward. She was finally beginning to feel somewhat settled in her life with Damian, but little did she know. The outside pressures were about to take their toll. Damian sat at the kitchen table, his laptop open, eyes glued to the screen as he scrolled through yet another email from his business partner. Jen could see the stress lines etched into his face as he clicked through numbers and documents, his mind obviously elsewhere. He had been more distant recently, less affectionate, more focused on his work, and Jen couldn't help but feel the growing distance between them. Damian, Jen said softly, her voice laced with concern. Are you okay? You've been working nonstop. You haven't even had time to talk to me, let alone spend any time with me. Damian sighed, rubbing his forehead as he looked up at her. His eyes were tired, the exhaustion of the past few weeks catching up to him. I'm fine, Jen. Just a lot on my plate right now. Work, business meetings, the pressure to close this deal. It's all overwhelming. Jen could feel her heart ache as she watched him. She knew the pressure he was under. But what about her? What about their relationship? It had been a whirlwind of emotions since they first got together. And now, it felt as though their love was becoming a casualty of the relentless world around them. "I get that, Damian," Jen replied, her voice quieter now. "But we need to find a balance. We can't let everything else come between us. We've already been through so much. Melissa, Caleb, all of it. I don't want to lose you, but it feels like you're slipping away, like I'm losing you to everything else." Damian stood up from the table, running his hands through his hair in frustration. "I'm not trying to push you away, Jen. You have to understand. This deal, this opportunity, it's everything to me. If I don't close this, it could cost me my company. It's not just a job. It's my future." Jen could hear the desperation in his voice, the way the pressure of his career had begun to weigh on him. She could understand that, but she couldn't shake the feeling that he was using his work as an excuse to avoid what really mattered: their relationship, his commitment to her. "I know how much this means to you," Jen said softly, standing up and moving toward him. "But we can't be pushed aside. We're in this together, Damian. I'm here for you. But I need you to be here for me too." Damian turned around, his eyes filled with guilt. "I don't want to neglect you, Jen. You mean everything to me. But I'm just trying to hold it all together. I feel like if I take my focus off the business even for a second, everything will come crashing down. And I don't know if I can handle that." Jen's chest tightened. She had always been supportive of his dreams, of his ambitions. She had never wanted to be a burden. But the constant pressure, the feeling of being neglected, was beginning to break her down. She wanted him to succeed, but she also wanted him to see her, to hear her. "I'm not asking you to give up your dreams, Damian. I would never do that," Jen said, her voice steady but heavy with emotion. "But we need to work through this. We need to find a way to make this work, even when everything around us is falling apart." Damian looked at her for a long moment, his expression a mix of guilt and uncertainty. He stepped closer to her, taking her hands in his. "You're right. I've been so consumed by everything else that I've lost sight of what matters most. You. Us." Jen swallowed, trying to push back the tears that threatened to spill over. "I just need to know that I'm important to you. That we are important to you, Damian. Not just the business, not just the work." Damian pulled her into a tight embrace, his arms wrapping around her like a lifeline. "You are, Jen. You always have been. And I'm sorry for letting everything else come between us. I promise I'll do better. I'll find a way to make this work." For a moment, Jen allowed herself to sink into his embrace, feeling his warmth, his strength. But beneath it all, the tension still remained. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that everything would be okay, that they could weather the storm together. But as the days passed, Jen couldn't shake the feeling that there was always something just out of reach. In the days that followed, Jen tried her best to stay patient. She gave Damian space to work, understanding the immense pressure he was under. But the strain between them was undeniable. Each day, she watched as he threw himself deeper into his work, attending endless meetings and conference calls, while she was left to navigate her own emotional turmoil. She tried to distract herself, throwing herself into her own work. But it was difficult. The distance between them felt like an invisible wall that neither of them could break down. Their once passionate, carefree love was now encumbered by the weight of external pressures, the pressure of work, the pressure of family expectations, and the pressure of their own insecurities. Jen knew it wasn't just Damian's fault. She too had her own fears. She feared losing him to the chaos of his life. She feared that they might not be able to survive the storm together. One evening, as Jen sat alone in their living room, she received a call from her brother Sam. His voice on the other end was filled with concern, and his words cut through the quiet stillness of the apartment. "Jen," he said, his voice tight with frustration, "I don't know how much longer you can keep doing this. Damian's not the man you fell in love with anymore. You need to decide before it's too late." Jen's heart skipped a beat as she listened to Sam's warning. Was it true? Had Damian changed so much that their relationship was no longer worth fighting for? As she sat in the silence of the apartment, Jen realized that the greatest challenge they faced wasn't the business deals, the long hours, or even the pressure from their families. The greatest challenge was figuring out whether they could still love each other when everything around them seemed to be falling apart. Chapter 8. The Growing Conflict. The tension between Jen and Damian had reached a boiling point. What had once been a relationship filled with passion and warmth had now become a battleground of misunderstandings, insecurities, and unspoken fears. It had only been a few weeks since Damian had promised Jen that things would get better, but the cracks in their relationship were starting to show more clearly than ever. Each word, each glance seemed to carry weight, and the silence between them spoke louder than any argument could. Jen sat at the kitchen table, absent-mindedly stirring her coffee as she stared out the window. The soft hum of the city outside seemed to mirror the unease that had settled in her heart. She had tried so hard to be patient with Damian, to give him space to deal with his work and the mounting pressures of his career. But as each day passed, the distance between them grew wider, and her patience began to wear thin. Damian had been distant for days, his mind preoccupied with business, his eyes often glued to his phone or laptop. They barely spoke to each other outside of casual exchanges about their schedules or the mundane tasks of daily life. Jen could feel herself slipping into a place of uncertainty, unsure of where they stood, unsure of what they were anymore. Her phone buzzed, interrupting her thoughts. She glanced at the screen to see a message from Damian. "We need to talk tonight. Can we meet after work?" Jen's heart skipped a beat. The words felt heavy with unspoken tension. She quickly typed a response, her fingers trembling slightly. As she did, "Okay, see you then." The evening dragged on, and Jen found herself consumed by a mixture of dread and anticipation. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that their relationship was teetering on the edge of collapse. By the time she walked into their apartment later that night, Damian was already there, standing by the window, looking out over the city with a faraway expression on his face. "Damian?" Jen called softly, stepping into the living room. He turned to face her, his gaze momentarily meeting hers before quickly looking away again. "Jen," he said quietly, his voice laced with frustration and confusion. "We need to talk." Jen nodded, her stomach tight with nerves. "I know. I've been feeling this distance between us. It's like you've been pulling away from me more and more, and I don't know why." Damian's eyes flickered with something. Guilt, regret, maybe fear. But he remained silent for a moment, as though searching for the right words. Finally, he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "I'm sorry, Jen," he said, his voice low. I didn't mean to push you away. I know I've been distant, but it's complicated. There's so much going on, and I've been trying to keep it all together. But lately I've felt lost. Jen's heart ached at his words. She knew how hard he was trying to juggle his career, his family, and their relationship. But it didn't make her feel any less neglected. Damian, I get that you're under pressure, but it feels like I'm not even part of your life anymore. I've been here, waiting, supporting you, but I'm starting to feel invisible. Damian's expression faltered. He looked like he wanted to say something, but the words seemed to stick in his throat. Finally, he spoke again, his voice tinged with frustration. I don't know what you want from me, Jen, he burst out. I love you, but it's like, no matter what I do, it's never enough. You keep saying you're here for me, but I can't help but feel like you're resenting me for not being the person I used to be, for not being the person you want me to be. Jen's breath caught in her throat. His words stung, but there was truth in them. Truth she hadn't been ready to admit. She had been frustrated, yes. She had been longing for the connection they once shared, the moments of intimacy and closeness that seemed so easy in the beginning. But in the wake of everything, his work, their pasts, the growing tension, it felt like those moments were slipping away. And no matter how much she tried to hold on, she couldn't keep up. You're right, Jen said, her voice soft but steady. I do want more. But I'm not resenting you, Damian. I'm just scared. I'm scared that we're falling apart, that we're not who we used to be, that the love we had is fading because we can't seem to figure out how to make it work anymore. Damian took a step toward her, his eyes filled with uncertainty and pain. I don't want to lose you, Jen. I love you so much. I don't know how to balance everything. And I'm afraid that no matter what I do, it won't be enough for you. I don't want to let you down. I don't want to hurt you. Jen's chest tightened, a mix of anger and sorrow rising within her. But it's not just about doing enough, Damian. It's about being there, being present. I don't need your perfection. I just need us, to try, to make an effort. Because right now it feels like I'm fighting for something that's slipping away, and I can't keep doing it alone. The silence between them hung heavy in the room. The tension was thick, suffocating, and neither of them knew how to move. Forward. Damian looked away, his jaw clenched as he tried to collect his thoughts. Jen stood there, fighting the urge to break down, feeling the weight of their situation settle in her chest. I'm sorry, Jen, Damian said quietly, his voice breaking. I don't have all the answers, but I promise I'll try. I want this to work. I want you to know that I love you. I don't know how to make it right. Jen swallowed the lump in her throat, her mind swirling with confusion. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to trust that they could get through this. But the uncertainty, the doubt, and the growing fear of losing him clouded her thoughts. Will, try, Jen whispered, her voice barely audible. But it has to be both of us trying, Damian. I can't do this alone. Damian nodded, his eyes filled with regret. I know. I promise you. I'll do better. I don't want to lose you. I can't. Jen stood there, feeling the weight of his words. But deep down, she wasn't sure if they could ever get back to where they once were. The love they shared was still there, buried beneath the walls they had built around themselves. but the cracks were getting wider. And no matter how much they tried to fix it, Jen couldn't help but wonder if the damage was already done. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, a message from Damian lighting up the screen. "I miss you. Can we talk tonight?" Jen's heart clenched at the words. She wanted to respond, to reach out to him and tell him everything, to pour out all of her fears and doubts. But she couldn't. Not yet. Not while she was still tangled in the web of her emotions. She had promised Damian she would try, promised herself she would let go of Caleb and embrace this new chapter. But the past wouldn't let her. It was there, lurking in the shadows, reminding her that no matter how hard she tried, it would always be a part of her. She picked up the phone and quickly typed a reply. "I'll be home soon. Let's talk then." But even as she sent the message, Jen knew that talking wouldn't be enough. She couldn't keep hiding from the truth. She couldn't keep running from the parts of her that were still broken. She had to face them, confront the pain Caleb had caused, and decide once and for all whether she could truly move on. Jen stood up, her resolve strengthening as she wiped away the tears that had silently fallen. She would talk to Damian tonight, but she would also have to talk to herself. She would have to face the ghosts of her past and figure out how to let go of Caleb. Only then could she truly give herself to Damian without the weight of her history pulling her back. Her heart was still broken, but it was starting to heal. And maybe, just maybe, she could learn to love again. Chapter 9. Jen's past returns. Jen sat alone in the dimly lit apartment, her thoughts swirling around her like a storm. The city lights outside flickered softly through the window, casting long shadows across the room. But it was the darkness inside her that truly consumed her now. The conversations she had with Damian had made her question everything, the distance between them, her feelings for him, and even the truth behind her own heart. Her mind drifted back to Caleb, the man she had once loved with every fiber of her being. The memories rushed back uninvited, like echoes from a past she had tried so desperately to bury. She closed her eyes, trying to push them away, but they were relentless. They crept into her thoughts, clawing at her, forcing her to relive the pain. Caleb had been her world once. They had been inseparable. Her first love, her first everything. He had been the one she trusted with her heart, the one she believed in when no one else did. His smile had been the light that guided her through dark times, and his touch had been the warmth that comforted her. But that warmth had turned to ice, and his smile had become a mask for the betrayal that cut her deeper than she ever thought possible. Jen could still remember that night, the night that had changed everything. She had walked in on him, Caleb with Melissa, the betrayal she never saw coming. The image was forever etched in her mind, a nightmare that replayed itself whenever her thoughts wandered too far into the past. How could he? How could he do this to her after everything they had shared? The man who promised to love her, to cherish her, had shattered her heart in the most painful way possible. As Jen sat there, her mind reeled, each memory a sharp stab to her chest. Why am I still thinking about him? She wondered bitterly. Why does his face still haunt me like this? I should be over it. I should have moved on by now. But the truth was, she hadn't. She was still chained to that part of her life, still holding on to the remnants of a love that had turned toxic and broken. And now, every time she tried to build something new with Damian, Caleb's ghost would show up to remind her of the pain, of the betrayal, The more she tried to move forward, the more the past dragged her back. She hated herself for it. Jen rose from the couch and walked to the window, her fingers tracing the cool glass as she stared out at the city. Am I ever going to be free of this? She thought, the question weighing heavy on her heart. Why does his betrayal still affect me? Like this? Why does it still hurt so much? She thought about Damian, about how different he was from Caleb. Damian had never betrayed her. He had never given her any reason to doubt his intentions. He had been patient, kind, and loving in a way that Caleb never had. But despite all of that, Jen found herself struggling to fully give herself to him. Is it because I'm still in love with Caleb? She asked herself, a sick feeling rising in her stomach. The thought of Damian made her heart ache in a different way. She didn't want to hurt him. She didn't want to push him away. But how could she fully commit to someone else when her heart still clung to the man who had destroyed her? How could she trust someone again after Caleb had broken her so completely? The fear of being hurt again paralyzed her. She wanted to love Damian. She did love him. But the remnants of the past held her hostage. Jen walked back to the couch, sinking into the cushions as she ran her hands through her hair. She felt so lost, so conflicted. I need to let go, she told herself. But the words felt empty. It wasn't as simple as that. It wasn't something she could just flip a switch on and forget about. The betrayal had shaped her, scarred her, in ways she couldn't even articulate. And now, as she stood on the edge of something new with Damian, the weight of her past threatened to pull her under. Chapter 10. The Arrival of Someone New. Jen had always prided herself on being independent. She had learned to stand on her own after Caleb's betrayal, to build her life without needing someone to complete her. But when Damian entered her world, something shifted. He wasn't just someone she could rely on. He was someone she wanted to rely on. He became her anchor, her safe harbor in a sea of uncertainty. But as much as she had opened her heart to him, Jen couldn't shake the nagging fear that one day it might all fall apart. The shadow of her past still lingered, a constant reminder of the fragility of love. She had never let herself be vulnerable with anyone like this before, and the thought of losing Damian terrified her more than she was willing to admit. It was a Thursday afternoon when the first crack in their perfect world appeared. Jen was sitting at her desk, her focus drifting between the papers in front of her and the faint sound of people chatting in the office outside. Her phone buzzed, the familiar message tone from Damian lighting up her screen. A smile tugged at her lips as she reached for it, eager to read his sweet words. But as she opened the message, her heart skipped a beat. Hey, I'm at the cafe downstairs. There's someone here I want you to meet. Jen's fingers tightened around the phone, a strange feeling settling in her chest. Someone new? Her mind raced, wondering who this person could be. It wasn't like Damian to be so cryptic. Was it a colleague? A business associate? Or was it something more? The thought made her stomach twist. She quickly tapped out a reply, keeping her voice steady. Sure, I'll be down in a minute. But inside, her thoughts were anything but calm. There was a tight knot in her stomach, a growing sense of unease that she couldn't shake off. Jen grabbed her jacket, the weight of the moment heavy on her shoulders as she made her way down the stairs to the cafe. As she pushed through the door, her eyes immediately scanned the room, seeking out Damian's familiar figure. And there he was, sitting at a corner table, a man across from him. A woman. Jen's heart seemed to freeze in her chest. She couldn't quite place it, but something about this woman seemed too comfortable, too at ease with Damian. The way she laughed at something Damian said, the way they both leaned in close. Something about it made Jen feel like an outsider in a place that had once been hers. It was as if a wall had suddenly been built between them, and Jen was on the outside looking in. Damian saw her at the door and waved, his usual warm smile lighting up his face. "Jen, over here," he called, and Jen forced a smile as she approached. "Hey," she greeted, her voice betraying none of the unease she felt. She forced herself to focus on the woman sitting next to Damian, offering a polite smile. "Hi, I'm Jen." The woman stood up, her smile warm and genuine. "Hi, I'm Lily. It's nice to meet you." She reached out to shake Jen's hand, her touch firm but not too forward. Still, something about the way she did it felt a little too friendly, too confident. Jen's gaze flickered back to Damian, searching for some sign of reassurance in his eyes. But all she saw was a spark in his expression, something she hadn't noticed before. A glimmer of interest? She shook the thought away, trying to focus on the present moment. "I was just telling Lily about the new project we're working on," Damian explained, his voice light and casual. "She's a designer at my company. I thought you two might hit it off." Jen nodded, forcing a smile as she sat down. The conversation flowed, but Jen found it harder and harder to keep her mind from wandering. Every time Damian laughed at something Lily said, her stomach churned. Every time Lily's hand brushed against Damian's as they exchanged a glance, Jen felt like she was being edged out of something she had once thought was solid. And then, there it was, the moment Jen had feared. Damian turned to Lily, his expression softening in a way that Jen had never seen before. "You know, I really admire your work," he said, his voice low, almost intimate. "I think we could collaborate on something big." Jen's heart plummeted. There it was, the line, the one she had been dreading. Admire her work? Collaborate? She had heard that tone before, had heard Damian speak in that exact way about the things that mattered most to him, but never about another woman. The words were innocent enough, but to Jen, they felt like a betrayal. A crack in the armor, a breach in the walls she had worked so hard to build. She swallowed the lump in her throat, trying to keep her voice steady when she spoke again. "That sounds great," she said, her words edged with a bitterness she couldn't disguise. "I'm sure it'll be amazing." Damian's gaze flickered toward her, a flicker of confusion passing over his face. "Jen, are you okay?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. "You seem a little off." Jen nodded quickly, forcing a smile. "I'm fine," she said, but the words felt hollow. The smile didn't reach her eyes. "Just a little tired, I guess." But the truth was, Jen was far from fine. She was conflicted, torn between the love she had for Damian and the fear that had taken root in her heart. The fear that he was slipping away from her, that she wasn't enough to hold his attention. The fear that someone else, someone newer, someone more exciting, might be able to capture his heart in ways she couldn't. As they left the cafe, Jen walked beside Damian, her mind racing with questions. Who was Lily really? What did she want from Damian? And most importantly, did Damian want her as much as Jen feared? Damian's hand brushed against hers, and for a moment Jen almost felt like she could relax. Almost. But then, her thoughts would race again, and the knot in her stomach would tighten. This was only the beginning, she realized. The beginning of something that threatened to tear them apart. As they walked back to the office, Jen knew that the path ahead wouldn't be easy. She would have to face the jealousy that gnawed at her insides, confront the insecurities that she had hidden for so long. And most of all, she would have to decide whether her love for Damian was strong enough to withstand the new challenges that had suddenly appeared in their lives. But for now, as they walked side by side, the tension was palpable. Jen didn't know what the future would hold, but she knew one thing for certain: nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 11. The Fragmented Heart. Jen walked through the streets, her steps slow and measured, as if the weight of the world was on her shoulders. It had been a few days since the incident at the cafe with Lily, and the unease had only grown. Damian's distracted smile, the way he'd spoken to Lily, his interest in her. It had all gnawed at Jen, eating away at the trust she had once placed so fully in him. Damian had tried to reach out, of course. He had apologized, explained that it was nothing, that she was just another colleague. But Jen couldn't shake the feeling of disconnection that had begun to settle in her chest. Every time he touched her now, she felt the distance between them, felt how much had changed since the days when everything had been perfect, when everything had felt right. Her mind was still consumed by the lingering thoughts of Caleb and Melissa. Even though she had forgiven Melissa, something in her heart still ached. The betrayal had been so deep, so personal. And Caleb's words, his promises of love, echoed in her mind like a never-ending nightmare. How had she let herself be deceived for so long? How could she have loved someone who had torn her apart so mercilessly? Jen's emotions were a storm, churning inside her, leaving her unable to think clearly. She loved Damian. She knew that with every fiber of her being. But how could she love him fully, with all the pain from her past still haunting her? How could she open her heart to him when every glance, every touch, reminded her of the betrayal that had been etched into her soul? She had never wanted to be the kind of person who carried around the weight of the past, but it was impossible to ignore. The ghosts of Caleb and Melissa clung to her like shadows, and no matter how hard she tried to move on, they always found a way to creep back into her thoughts, to poison the love she was trying to build with Damian. Walking past a park, Jen sat on a bench, her hands clenched tightly in her lap. The wind rustled through the trees, a soft, comforting sound, but it couldn't ease the ache in her chest. She was torn between her feelings for Damian and the deep, unresolved pain from her past. She had thought she was ready to move on, to let herself love again. But the truth was, she wasn't sure she could. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and she took it out, seeing Damian's name flash on the screen. Her heart skipped a beat, but she hesitated before answering. She didn't want to speak to him. She didn't want to hear his voice, even though a part of her longed for it. The voice that had once brought her so much comfort now only seemed to echo with uncertainty. "Jen?" Damian's voice came through the phone, gentle, warm, yet there was an edge of concern. "I've been trying to reach you. Where are you?" I'm just taking a walk," Jen replied, her voice strained. "I needed some air." Damian paused, and she could hear the soft rustle of his breath on the other end. "Jen, please, we need to talk. I miss you." I've been thinking a lot about everything, and I know things have been off between us. Jen closed her eyes, pressing the heels of her hands to her temples. She could feel the tears threatening to spill, but she refused to let them fall. She had cried too much already. Damian, I don't think I can do this anymore. What? Jen. Damian's voice cracked, and she could hear the confusion and panic in his words. What do you mean? What's going on? I don't know how to explain this, Jen murmured, feeling the tightness in her throat. I love you, I really do. But I can't keep pretending everything is fine when my past keeps haunting me. Caleb, Melissa, they're still here, Damian. And every time I try to move on, every time I try to love you without that baggage, they come back. She paused, taking a shaky breath, her heart pounding in her chest. I don't want to be this way, but I feel like I'm being dragged into the past. Every time I look at you, every time you smile at me, it feels like it's all falling apart. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and Jen felt her breath catch in her throat. She was afraid that this was the end of everything, afraid that the love they had shared would crumble under the weight of her unresolved pain. Jen, please don't say that, Damian said finally, his voice soft but firm. I understand that the past hurts, but I want to be here for you. We can work through this together. I don't want you to carry this burden alone. We can fight this, Jen. I love you. I don't care about what happened before. All I care about is us, right now. Please don't give up on us. Jen closed her eyes tightly, the words twisting in her chest. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to be able to accept his love fully, to finally be free of the past and move forward with him. But the weight of her history was suffocating her, and she wasn't sure how much longer she could hold on. I don't know if I can keep doing this, Jen whispered, her voice breaking. I don't know if I can keep loving you when the past is still here. When I'm still here, torn between what we have and what I can't let go of, Jen. Damian's voice softened, and there was a desperation in his words that made her heart ache. Please don't shut me out. I'm not Caleb. I'm not him. You know that. I will never hurt you like he did. I just need you to trust me. Please. Jen sat there in the park, her hand clutching the phone, as if it were the only thing keeping her from falling apart. She wanted to trust him more than anything. But she wasn't sure if she could. She wasn't sure if she could let go of the past and allow herself to truly love him without the shadows of Caleb and Melissa clouding her mind. I need time, Jen finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. I need to figure things out. I'm sorry, Damian. I can't do this right now. There was a long pause before Damian replied, his voice quiet and resigned. Okay, I understand. But just know this, Jen. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Jen swallowed hard, her tears finally spilling over. She wasn't ready to let go of him. Not really. But the walls she had built around her heart were crumbling, and she didn't know how to stop it. I know, she whispered, her voice filled with quiet regret. I'll be back. I just need time. As she hung up the phone, Jen stared at the screen, her heart heavy with indecision. She loved Damian, but how could she love him fully when her past still had such a tight grip on her? How could she let herself be loved when she didn't know how to let go? The pain of the past had always been there, lingering in the background, and now it seemed to have consumed her whole being. Jen knew that the only way forward was to confront it, to face the ghosts of Caleb and Melissa once and for all. But the question remained, was she strong enough to do that? Could she heal enough to build a future with Damian? Or would the past continue to tear them apart? For now, all she could do was walk away, hoping that in time, the answer would come. Chapter 12. The Breaking Point. The air was thick with tension as Jen and Damian stood facing each other in the middle of the living room. The conversation that had started innocently enough had quickly spiraled into an argument neither of them had anticipated. Words, sharp and unforgiving, hung in the air, and the love they had once shared seemed to be slipping through their fingers like sand. "I don't understand, Damian." Jen's voice cracked, a mixture of frustration and pain lacing her words. "Why can't you see that I need space? I need time to think about everything, to figure out where I stand. This isn't just about you and me. It's about my past, my heart, and you're pushing me too hard." Damian's face was a mask of disbelief and hurt. He had always been patient, always tried to understand Jen's struggles, but tonight, it felt like she was slipping away from him. His heart ached as he tried to make sense of her words, but all he could feel was an overwhelming sense of confusion. "I'm not pushing you, Jen," he said, his voice low but firm. "I'm just asking you to trust me. I've given you all the space you need. I've been patient, I've been understanding, but this distance between us, it's tearing me apart." Jen closed her eyes, a deep sigh escaping her lips. "I know," she whispered, "but I don't know how to trust you anymore, Damian. I don't know how to love you when everything inside me is still broken. When my past keeps haunting me, how can I love you when I'm still holding on to that pain?" Damian's face softened, but the hurt in his eyes was unmistakable. He took a step forward, reaching out for her, but Jen stepped back, putting a physical distance between them. His heart clenched at the sight, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. He had never felt so lost in their relationship before. "Jen," he said quietly, his voice raw, "I'm not asking you to forget your past. I'm asking you to let me in. Let me help you heal. But you're shutting me out. You won't let me be there for you, and it's breaking me. Don't you see that?" Jen's gaze faltered, and for a brief moment, she looked like she might collapse under the weight of her emotions. But she quickly regained her composure, her voice hardening once more. "I can't let you in, Damian. I can't let myself fall deeper into this. I'm already in too deep, and I don't know how to pull myself out. The last thing I need is someone else to depend on. Especially not you." Damian recoiled, the words hitting him like a slap. It felt as though the ground beneath his feet had shifted, as if the foundation of everything they had built together was crumbling. He wanted to scream, to demand that she see how much he cared for her, how much he was willing to fight for their love. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, a silence settled between them, thick and suffocating. "I don't want to fight, Damian," Jen murmured, her voice softer now, but still laced with pain. "I don't want to hurt you, but I don't know what else to do. I'm lost, and I need to find myself again. I need to figure out who I am without all this mess, without the ghosts of Caleb and Melissa, without you." Damian's heart sank. The finality in her words hit him like a punch to the gut. He had always known that Jen's past had a hold on her, but he never imagined it would drive a wedge so deep between them. He had always believed that love could heal, that love could bridge the gaps in their lives. But now, standing in front of her, he wasn't so sure anymore. I can't just walk away, Jen," Damian said, his voice trembling with emotion. "I love you. I don't know how to let you go, but if this is what you need, if you really think we can't be together right now, then I won't fight you. I just don't know what to do without you." Jen's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't let them fall. She had cried too many times already, and now she was numb. She had to make this decision. She had to take control of her life again. Maybe we both need to be apart for a while," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Maybe we both need to heal on our own." The words hung in the air, a painful truth that neither of them wanted to acknowledge. But there it was, laid bare. Between them, this was the moment where their love, their connection, would be put to the test. Jen knew, deep down, that this was the only way forward. She couldn't keep living in the shadow of her past, and she couldn't continue dragging Damian along with her. She needed to find herself again. Damian stood there, frozen, the weight of her words crashing down on him. He had never imagined that the woman he loved would ever ask for this. But he could see the torment in her eyes. He could see how much this was hurting her, how much it was breaking her. And though it tore him apart, he knew that he couldn't force her to stay. He couldn't force her to love him when she wasn't ready. "Okay," Damian said, his voice breaking. "If this is what you need, then I'll respect it. But please, just know that I'll always be here for you. Always." Jen nodded, her heart breaking in the same way. She could feel the ache in her chest, the emptiness that followed her every step. She didn't want to leave him. She didn't want to let go. But she had to. She had to find herself again, even if it meant stepping away from the love of her life. With one last lingering look, Jen turned away, walking toward the door. She didn't look back. She couldn't. The pain was too much, and yet she knew it was the only way. Damian stood there, staring at the empty space she had left behind, feeling like the world had been torn from under his feet. He had tried everything, given everything. But it wasn't enough. In that moment, he realized that sometimes love wasn't about holding on. Sometimes love was about letting go. And as Jen stepped out of the door and into the night, both of them knew that their love wasn't over. It was just suspended, left in limbo, waiting for the time when they would finally find their way back to each other. But for now, all they could do was wait and hope. Chapter 13. Finding herself again. The days after the breakup with Damian felt like a blur for Jen. She had never imagined that she would find herself here, alone, lost in a sea of emotions, with no clear direction. The decision to take time away from Damian, though heartbreaking, felt like the only option. It was as though, for the first time in years, she could breathe. But along with that breath of freedom came a deep, aching emptiness. Jen knew that she couldn't continue living in the past, chained to the ghosts of her relationships, her mistakes, and the love she had once given so freely. For years her identity had been tied to Caleb, to Melissa, and to Damian. She had lost herself in trying to please others, in trying to make everything work for them. But now, with space between her and all those old wounds, she felt the quiet hum of possibility inside her. Her first step toward finding herself was simple. She stopped trying to run from the silence. She let it sit with her, a stillness that had once terrified her. The noise of constant love and heartbreak had drowned out her own voice for far too long. Now, she was listening. Jen spent days walking through the streets of the city, feeling the cool breeze on her skin, watching the people around her, and letting herself experience everything she had once overlooked. She had always been so focused on other people's needs, on their dreams and desires, that she had forgotten what it meant to have her own. One afternoon, as she sat at a small cafe in a corner of the city, the place that had once been her sanctuary during late nights with Damian, Jen took a deep breath. She looked around at the bustling world, feeling both a sense of relief and loss. It was as though she was waking up from a long dream. The faces that once seemed so familiar now felt distant, and the memories of Damian's laughter, his touch, felt like they belonged to another lifetime. She picked up a pen and opened her notebook, the one that had remained untouched for months, forgotten in the back of a drawer. Writing had always been an outlet for Jen, a way for her to process the world around her. But in the chaos of her relationships, it had become another thing she neglected. Now, she was reclaiming it. What do I want for myself? The question loomed in her mind. For so long, her life had been driven by the needs and desires of others, but now she needed to find out who she was beyond that. Jen wrote freely, allowing herself to explore thoughts and ideas she had long buried. She rediscovered her love for art, the sketches she had once filled pages with, the dream of being a fashion designer she had put aside to follow someone else's plans. She realized how much she had sacrificed, not just for Caleb or Damian, but for the image of love that they represented. She spent the next few weeks visiting galleries, reconnecting with the art world that had always inspired her. She found herself sketching again, the lines of her pencil moving fluidly across the pages, as if she were rediscovering a language she had forgotten. Each sketch, each brushstroke, brought her closer to herself. Her passion, the thing she had set aside for so long, was finally coming back to life. But it wasn't just art that Jen rediscovered. It was also her dreams. Her career, her goals, her ambitions had always been second to the needs of her relationships. She had put her dreams on hold to be there for Caleb, for Damian. Now, as she took small steps back into the world, she realized how much she had lost along the way. Jen started attending fashion workshops, reconnecting with old friends who had always encouraged her. She dove back into her work, planning new projects, and slowly but surely, her confidence returned. She had always been good at what she did, designing, creating, building, and she knew now that she could do it on her own. She didn't need anyone else to validate her. There were moments, of course, when the pain of the past crept in. At night, when the silence was thick, when she lay alone in her bed, the memories of Damian's touch would haunt her. The words he had said, the promises they had made, echoed in her mind. It was then that she would feel the pang of loss. But she didn't let it define her anymore. She wasn't going to let the past hold her back. Jen learned to be kind to herself again, to forgive herself for the mistakes she had made, for the ways she had lost herself in love. She realized that she didn't need anyone else to complete her. She was whole on her own, and that was something she had forgotten for so long. One evening, as she walked along the riverbank, the sun setting behind her, Jen felt a sense of peace she hadn't known in years. She had learned to trust herself again, to listen to her own heart. She had reconnected with her passions, her purpose, and she was beginning to build a life that was truly her own. It wasn't about forgetting Damian, or Caleb, or Melissa. It was about learning to move forward. It was about accepting that she could love herself first, that she could be her own priority, and maybe, just maybe, when the time was right, love would find its way back into her life, but only when she was ready. As Jen watched the sunset, she made a promise to herself. She would keep moving forward, embracing the future, no longer weighed down by the past. She was finding her own way, and that was the most important journey of all. For the first time in years, Jen felt truly alive. She was free to be who she had always been meant to be. Chapter 14. Damian's Acceptance. Damian stood at the edge of the balcony, his eyes tracing the skyline of the city. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the cityscape. The light was soft, gentle, almost like a metaphor for the quiet that had come into his life in the days since Jen left. He had tried to deny it at first, tried to ignore the pang in his chest whenever he thought of her. But now, standing alone, his heart heavy with the weight of their separation, he knew the truth. He could no longer ignore it. Jen needed space. And as much as it hurt, he had to respect that. For weeks, Damian had wrestled with himself, his emotions, spiraling between anger, confusion, and overwhelming sadness. He missed her in ways he couldn't explain. The sound of her laughter, the way she looked at him with those eyes full of love and vulnerability, the way her presence lit up even the darkest corners of his life. He missed it all. But no matter how much he missed her, no matter how much he longed to call her, to tell her he was sorry for not being the man she needed, Damian knew that he couldn't fix this. Not yet. Not until Jen had healed. She had been through so much. Too much. And he had played a part in that. He had to face the truth. The relationship they had built was broken, not because of any single act, but because they had both lost themselves in the chaos of trying to make things work. They had clung to each other, thinking love alone would be enough to heal their wounds. But love wasn't a magic cure. It was a responsibility, a promise. And right now, they were both too hurt to keep it. Damian had always been someone who believed in fixing things, in controlling his environment. But with Jen, he couldn't control everything. She was her own person, with her own pain, her own journey, and she had to find her way back to herself before they could rebuild anything. He sat down on the couch, running a hand through his hair, as the silence of the apartment wrapped around him like a heavy blanket. He had always been good at staying busy, at diving into work to avoid the pain. But now, that busy life felt empty. All he wanted was to see her smile again, to hold her in his arms, to tell her he loved her and make everything right. But he knew it wasn't that simple. The phone rang, pulling him from his thoughts. Damian glanced at the screen, and for a moment, his heart skipped a beat. It was Jen. But instead of the familiar thrill he used to feel when he saw her name light up his phone, all he felt now was a sense of dread. He hesitated, his thumb hovering over the green answer button. This was it. This was the moment where everything would change. If she was calling, it meant something had shifted. With a deep breath, he answered. "Jen?" His voice was softer than he intended, the weight of their last conversation hanging between them. "Damian, Her voice was shaky, but there was a calmness in it now, a quiet acceptance. It was the kind of voice that told him she had been thinking about this for a long time. I've been doing a lot of thinking about everything. Damian closed his eyes, his pulse quickening. He could already hear the words coming, even though he wasn't sure if he was ready to hear them. But he needed to. He owed it to her. I think we both need some time apart, Jen continued. I need to find myself again, Damian. I've lost who I am. I can't be in a relationship right now, not with you, not with anyone, not until I find my own peace. The words hit him like a wave. He could feel the air leave his lungs, the loss settling deep inside him. But there was no anger, no bitterness in her voice, just a quiet, painful truth. I understand, Damian said, his voice steady even though his heart was breaking. I won't make this harder for you. If that's what you need, then I'll respect it. Jen let out a shaky breath. I'm sorry. I wish things were different, but I need to heal. I need to be whole again. Damian swallowed hard, his throat tight. He wanted to say more, to beg her to stay, to promise her that they could work through this together. But he knew better now. He had to let her go, even if it broke him. I know, he replied quietly. I just want you to be happy, Jen. If this is what you need to do to find that happiness, then I won't stand in your way. There was a long pause. Damian could hear the soft sound of Jen's breathing on the other end. And for a moment, he wished he could reach through the phone and hold her. But he didn't. Instead, he sat in silence, allowing her the space she needed. I'll always care about you, Jen said softly. And maybe one day we can try again. But right now, I need to be alone. I'll be here, Damian said, his voice breaking. Whenever you're ready. The line went silent as Jen hung up, and Damian lowered the phone to his lap. He sat there in the quiet, the reality of their conversation sinking in. He had always been a man of action, a man who fixed things, who made decisions. But this was different. This wasn't something he could fix. Not yet. For the first time, Damian realized that love wasn't about control. It wasn't about holding on to someone tightly, forcing them to stay. It was about giving them the freedom to be who they needed to be, even if it meant stepping away. He knew now that he had to let Jen find her own way. He couldn't be the one to fix her, to heal her. Only she could do that. As the night stretched on, Damian sat in the dimly lit room, the weight of their decision pressing down on him. It hurt. God, it hurt. But for the first time in weeks, he felt a glimmer of peace. He had made the right choice. Jen needed time, and he had to respect that. And maybe, just maybe in the future, they would find their way back to each other. But for now, Damian had to let go. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the emptiness, the quiet, the absence of her. But he didn't resist it. He let it wash over him, knowing that this was part of the journey they both needed to take. For now, all he could do was wait. Chapter 15. Resolving the past. The sun was setting behind the city skyline, casting a soft orange glow across the streets below. Jen sat on the balcony of her apartment, her hands wrapped around a warm cup of tea. The days since she and Damian had decided to take a break had been the quietest she'd had in a long time. She wasn't sure if it was the stillness or the aching emptiness in her heart, but she knew one thing. She had a long way to go before she could heal. And then there was Melissa. Jen had spent the last few weeks avoiding her old friend. She wasn't ready to face the girl who had been part of the wreckage of her past. The betrayal from Melissa had been like a sharp, unexpected wound, one that had never really healed. But now, Melissa was back, asking for a final conversation, a chance to explain herself, to try and put the pieces of their broken friendship back together. Jen didn't know what she was hoping for from this conversation. Closure? Forgiveness? Or maybe she was simply tired of carrying around the weight of resentment. Either way, she knew she had to face it. She had to confront the ghosts of her past. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She set the tea down and walked over to open it. There stood Melissa, standing in front of her with a nervous smile on her face. "Hi, Jen," Melissa said, her voice low, as if she didn't want to disturb the fragile peace that hung between them. Jen took a deep breath. "Come in," she said, stepping aside to let Melissa enter. The two women stood in silence for a moment. Melissa shifted awkwardly from foot to foot, her eyes avoiding Jen's. Jen couldn't help but notice how much Melissa had changed. She looked older, worn down by life in a way Jen hadn't expected. But beneath the surface, there was something familiar, something that reminded her of the girl she used to call her best friend, the girl she had once loved and trusted. "I've been wanting to talk to you," Melissa began, breaking the silence. "I owe you an apology, Jen. A real one. For everything." Jen closed the door behind her and walked over to the couch, sitting down slowly. She didn't want to seem cold, but the weight of everything still lingered. "Go ahead," she said, her voice steady but quiet. "I'm listening." Melissa sat down across from her, her hands ringing nervously in her lap. "I don't even know where to start," she said with a sigh. "I never meant to hurt you. I really didn't. I was selfish, and I didn't think about how much it would affect you. I should have told you sooner, but I didn't. And then, I just let everything spiral." Jen's heart clenched. She didn't want to feel anything for Melissa, not after everything she had done. But here, now, sitting in front of her, Jen couldn't help but let some of the anger dissolve. Melissa had always been impulsive, but she was also the person Jen had once trusted the most. "I don't know why I did it," Melissa continued, her voice trembling. "I wasn't thinking. I thought Caleb really liked me, but he never did. He used me, just like he used you. And when I found out everything about him, it was too late. I lost everything. I lost you, and I deserved to." Jen stayed silent, processing the words, feeling the knot in her stomach tighten. Caleb had been the reason for so much pain, the reason their friendship had shattered. And hearing Melissa admit what Jen had suspected for so long, Caleb had hurt her too, struck her harder than she anticipated. "I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry," Melissa said, tears welling up in her eyes. "I wish I could undo everything. I wish I could go back and make it right, but I can't. All I can do is ask for your forgiveness." Jen swallowed hard, the sting of emotion sharp in her chest. She had spent so much time hating Melissa, blaming her for the betrayal, for the broken friendship. But now, sitting here, hearing the sincerity in her voice, Jen realized something she hadn't been ready to face before. She was tired of holding on to the past. She was tired of letting it control her. "I forgive you," Jen said quietly. The words felt foreign on her tongue, but they were real. She had to let go of the anger, of the hurt. It wasn't for Melissa, it was for her. Melissa's eyes widened, and a sob escaped her lips. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. Jen nodded, trying to keep the tears at bay. "But," she began, her voice firm, "I can't go back to the way things were. I can't pretend everything is okay between us. The damage is done, and I've changed." Melissa looked down, her face falling. "I understand," she whispered. Jen stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the city as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The sky was painted in shades of pink and purple, and for the first time in a long time, Jen felt like she could breathe again. She had made peace with the past, but now she needed to move forward. "You're free to go, Melissa," Jen said softly. "I hope you find peace. I really do. But I have my own path to walk now, and it doesn't include you, not in the way it used to." Melissa nodded, her face pale but understanding. She stood up, wiping her eyes one last time, and turned to leave. Before she stepped out the door, she turned back to Jen. "I hope you find happiness, Jen," she said softly. "You deserve it." Jen smiled, a bittersweet smile. "Thank you, Melissa. Take care of yourself." As the door closed behind her, Jen stood there for a moment, letting the silence settle over her. She had forgiven, but she knew that forgiveness didn't mean forgetting. It didn't mean letting someone back into her life. It meant freeing herself from the burden of resentment. Jen took a deep breath, her eyes searching the horizon. The road ahead was still unclear, but for the first time in a long time, she felt like she could finally begin to walk it alone. Chapter 16. Jen's new beginning. The months that followed were nothing short of transformative for Jen. She had spent so much time in the past, allowing her emotions to dictate the course of her life. The betrayals from Caleb and Melissa had haunted her for far too long, clouding her judgment and shrouding her potential for happiness. But now, with the pain of the past finally starting to fade, Jen was beginning to see the world through a clearer lens, untainted by the weight of her former relationships. She had thrown herself into her career, as if immersing herself in her. Work could shield her from the emotions she had long buried, but it was more than that. It wasn't just about the escape. It was about rediscovering her own sense of purpose. Jen had always been ambitious, but she had lost touch with that drive somewhere along the way. Now, with the new opportunities that had arisen and the fresh sense of independence she had cultivated, Jen was more focused than ever. Her office was filled with plans and designs, each one a step closer to a future that was hers to control. She had spent hours working on projects that once felt like distant dreams, but now they felt like the foundation of the life she was building. She was no longer chasing a version of happiness that was tied to someone else. She was working toward one that was hers and hers alone. One afternoon, while reviewing a new project proposal, Jen found herself lost in thought. She realized that for the first time in months, she wasn't thinking about Damian, Caleb, or Melissa. She wasn't caught up in the confusion of her feelings. She wasn't even thinking about the past. Her mind was clear. It was a feeling she hadn't experienced in such a long time, and it filled her with a deep sense of peace. But there was more to it than just peace. There was joy, uncomplicated joy. Jen had always loved her work, but now she was finding pleasure in it again, not because it was a distraction, but because it felt like her true calling. It was her craft, her passion, and it made her heart swell with pride. She could feel her confidence returning, slowly but steadily. She was also learning to enjoy life again, the little things that had once slipped by unnoticed. She would walk through the park on weekends, enjoying the simple beauty of nature, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the sound of children laughing in the distance. She would meet her friends for lunch or grab coffee at a local cafe, savoring the feeling of connection and the freedom to be herself. These were the moments that made her realize just how much life had to offer when she wasn't tied down by the past. One night, Jen sat by the window of her apartment, sipping a glass of wine as she watched the city lights twinkle in the distance. For the first time in a long while, she felt a sense of contentment wash over her. She had stopped looking for happiness in other people, in past relationships, or in unspoken promises. Happiness, she realized, was something she had to create for herself, and she was doing just that. Her phone buzzed, interrupting her thoughts. It was a message from Tessa, her friend who had been there for her through the hardest parts of the past year. Tessa. How's the new project going? And how are you? I've been thinking about you. You've seemed happier lately. Jen smiled as she typed her response. Jen. The project is going great, and I'm doing better. Much better, actually. I'm starting to enjoy life again. Not just the work, but everything. I think I've finally found a way to move on. And for the first time in a while, I'm excited about the future. It was a simple message, but it was a reminder of how far she had come. Tessa had always been her sounding board, her rock, and the fact that Jen could say those words with genuine conviction meant something profound. She put the phone down and leaned back in her chair, letting the quiet of the evening wash over her. She had spent so much time worrying about what had been taken from her, about the mistakes that had been made, and the pain she had endured. But now, in this moment, she realized that those things didn't define her. The scars were still there, but they were no longer a burden. They were simply a part of who she was, a part of her journey. Jen took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. She had worked hard to get to this point, and she was proud of herself for it. The road to healing hadn't been easy, but it had led her to a place where she was finally ready to embrace the future with open arms. As the evening continued, Jen thought about the possibilities that lay ahead. She didn't know exactly what the future held, but for the first time in a long time, that didn't scare her. She was no longer bound by her past or by the expectations of others. She was free to create her own path, to build a life that was truly hers. Her phone buzzed again, pulling her from her thoughts. This time, it was a message from her mom. Mom. I'm so proud of you, Jen. I know you've been through a lot, but I see the strength in you every day. You're doing amazing, and I can't wait to see all the great things you'll accomplish. Jen's heart warmed as she read the message. The support of her family and friends had always been a steady presence in her life, and she realized that she had been surrounded by love all along. With a smile, Jen set the phone down and went back to her work. The future was bright, and she was ready to embrace whatever came her way. She had learned to love herself again, and that was the first step toward building the life she deserved. As the night drew to a close, Jen sat in her apartment, a sense of calm and fulfillment surrounding her. She had found peace, not in the absence of struggle, but in the acceptance of it. She was stronger than she had ever been, and she was finally ready to live a life that was true to herself. The journey had been long, but it was just beginning, and Jen was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 17. Damian returns. The morning sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting soft shadows across the room. Jen sat by the window, her coffee cup resting in her hands, as she looked out at the city below. It had been months since she and Damian had decided to take time apart. The space had given her a chance to rebuild, to heal, and most importantly, to find herself again. But she couldn't ignore the fact that, despite everything, she still thought of him. Her phone buzzed, snapping her from her thoughts. It was a simple text from Tessa. Tessa. How are you doing? It's been a while, hasn't it? Things settled down for you? Jen smiled softly and typed back, feeling lighter than she had in a long time. Jen. I'm doing good, Tessa. Things are better than before. I'm finally focusing on what matters most, myself. But there's still a part of me that wonders about Damian. She stared at the screen for a few moments before hitting send. Her heart ached just thinking about him. The time apart had allowed her to understand that her feelings for Damian were far from gone, but the pain of their past was still fresh, lingering in her mind. Could she trust him again? Could they rebuild what had been broken? Before she could ponder it further, her phone rang, and her heart skipped a beat when she saw the name on the screen. Damian Wilson. She took a deep breath before answering, her voice a little shaky as she spoke. Hello? Jen. Damian's voice came through, low and steady, but there was something in his tone that made her heart ache. I know this is probably the last thing you expected, but I need to see you. Jen's grip tightened around her coffee cup, her stomach swirling, with a mix of nerves and anticipation. The months of silence between them had been hard, but Damian's words now felt like a doorway to something she hadn't fully considered. Damian? I don't know, she started, but he cut her off, his voice soft, yet determined. I'm not asking for anything right now, he said, his voice laced with sincerity. I've had time to think. I've changed, Jen. I know I can't change the past, but I just want you to know that I'm not here to hurt you again. I just want to see you, to talk. Jen sat in silence for a moment, weighing his words. He had hurt her, deeply. The trust that had been shattered between them seemed impossible to rebuild. But hearing him speak like this, so genuine, so humble, made her wonder if maybe, just maybe, they could find their way back. Okay, she said quietly, the words slipping out before she could second-guess herself. I'll meet you. They decided on a small cafe in the city, a neutral space where neither of them would feel overwhelmed by the weight of the past. Jen arrived early, her thoughts racing. Was she doing the right thing? Could she really face him after everything that had happened? As she sat at the table, sipping her coffee, the door swung open. Damian walked in, his presence unmistakable, even after all the time apart. He looked different, more composed, more at peace. His eyes, though still carrying the weight of regret, were clearer than she remembered. The time apart had changed him. She could see that now. He smiled at her as he approached, but it wasn't the smile she remembered. The playful, confident smile he had worn when they were together. No, this smile was more fragile, a quiet acknowledgement of the hurt they had both been through. "Hey," he said softly as he sat down, his gaze meeting hers with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. "Hey," Jen replied, her voice barely above a whisper. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The silence was thick with unsaid words, with the ghosts of the past hanging heavily in the air between them. Jen's heart was racing, unsure of where this meeting would lead. She had so many questions, but the one thing that stood out above all else was whether or not she could forgive him. Finally, Damian broke the silence. "Jen, I don't know how to start this, but I want you to know that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. For the lies, for the mistakes I made. I should have never hurt you. I should have never made you doubt yourself. And I shouldn't have let my own insecurities dictate how I treated you." Jen's breath caught in her throat, the sincerity in his voice disarming her in a way she hadn't expected. She had spent so much time angry at him, wondering how he could betray her trust. But now, in this moment, his remorse felt genuine. He wasn't trying to make excuses. He wasn't asking for forgiveness. He was simply owning his mistakes. "Don't know if I can forgive you, Damian," Jen said quietly, her voice trembling slightly. "You hurt me so much. I felt like I gave you everything, and you just destroyed it." "I know," he replied, his voice thick with regret. "I know, Jen, and I don't expect you to forgive me right away. I don't deserve it. But I just want you to know that I've changed. I've spent these months without you, and it's been the hardest time of my life. Not because of what I lost, but because of what I did to you." Jen looked down at her hands, feeling the sting of his words deep in her chest. She had always known he loved her, but hearing him say it now with such raw honesty was different. She could hear the pain in his voice, the grief over what they had lost, and it made her question everything she thought she knew about love, about forgiveness, and about moving on. "Damian," she began, her voice faltering, "I don't know if I can go back to what we had. You broke my trust. I can't just forget that." "I don't expect you to forget it," Damian said quickly. "But I want to try. I want to earn your trust again, step by step. I want to show you that I'm worthy of it." Jen met his eyes then, her heart heavy with the weight of the decision that lay ahead. She could see the sincerity in his gaze. But could she trust him again? Could she risk her heart to him once more? The question hung in the air between them, unanswered. But in that moment, Jen knew that this was only the beginning of their journey. The road ahead would be long, and it would be filled with difficult choices. But for the first time in a long time, she was willing to face it, because deep down, she still cared for him. And that, in itself, was the first step toward healing. Chapter 18. Emotional Reconciliation. The cafe felt quieter now, the afternoon bustle outside muffled by the thick windows as Jen and Damian sat across from each other. The conversation between them had moved from the painful past to the present, from the wounds of betrayal to the fragile hope of healing. Still, there was something unspoken in the air. Something that both of them knew had to be addressed before they could truly move forward. Jen stared at her cup, the steam rising gently, much like the swirling thoughts in her mind. It was hard to reconcile the Damian sitting in front of her now with the man who had once betrayed her so profoundly. His presence, though steady, still carried an edge of sadness, a reflection of the inner battles he had fought and the deep remorse that had become part of him. Yet Jen couldn't deny the flicker of something more in his eyes, something that spoke of hope, change, and the possibility of rebuilding. "Damian," she began, her voice steady, but the weight of her words pressing on her chest. "I've spent so long holding on to the pain, the anger, and for a long time, I thought that was the only way I could protect myself. I thought that if I just kept that distance, I could keep from getting hurt again. But now, sitting here with you, I realize that I've been holding on to something that's only been making me weaker, not stronger." Damian's eyes softened at her words. He reached across the table, his hand hovering before gently resting on top of hers. The simple gesture sent a warmth through Jen's chest, though it was tempered by the awareness of how far they had come and how much further they still had to go. "I'm sorry, Jen," Damian said, his voice thick with sincerity. "I never meant for you to feel like that. I never wanted to be the source of your pain. I failed you, and I'm so deeply sorry for the hurt I caused. I know that my mistakes don't just disappear, and I can't undo the damage I've done, but I can promise you this. I'm here now, fully present, and I want to build something real with you. Not perfect, but real." Jen looked up at him, meeting his gaze for the first time in a while without the veil of doubt or resentment. There was a tenderness in his eyes now that she hadn't seen before, a quiet understanding of what it meant to love. Not just the highs, but the lows as well. He wasn't asking for forgiveness in that moment. He wasn't demanding anything. He was simply offering himself as he was, flaws and all. "You're right," she said, her voice gentle. "Love isn't perfect. It's messy and complicated, and it's never easy. But maybe it's about learning to navigate all the chaos together, figuring out how to make it work despite everything." Damian gave a small nod, the corners of his mouth twitching into a soft smile. "Exactly. I've spent so much time chasing perfection, thinking that's what would make us happy. But I've learned that happiness isn't about perfection. It's about being willing to try, over and over, even when things don't go as planned." Jen felt a wave of emotion rush through her. There was something in his words, something in the way he said them, that broke through the walls she had built around her heart. She wasn't sure when it happened, but in that moment, she realized that her heart was no longer frozen in the past. The bitterness, the anger, the distrust, bit by bit, they were melting away, replaced by a quiet acceptance of the fact that they had both changed. They had both grown. She pulled her hand back, reaching up to touch her face, wiping away a single tear that had escaped without her even realizing. She chuckled softly, the sound of it almost foreign to her after everything she had been through. "I didn't think I'd ever be here," Jen whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I didn't think I could ever sit here, face to face with you, and not feel like I was drowning in everything that happened between us." Damian leaned in slightly, his voice low and reassuring. "I know, Jen. I know. I've hurt you in ways I can't even begin to make up for, but I need you to know that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to show you that I'm not the same person I was before. I'm here for you, Jen. I always have been." For the first time, Jen didn't recoil from his words. She didn't feel the sharp sting of past betrayal. Instead, she felt a gentle pull in her chest, a warmth that wrapped around her heart like a blanket. Maybe, just maybe, they could find a way to rebuild. She looked at him, really looked at him, seeing him not as the man who had broken her, but as the man who had grown, who was sitting across from her now with nothing but honesty in his eyes. "I'm scared, Damian," she admitted quietly, the words slipping out before she could stop them. "Scared that I'll let myself believe in this again, in us, and then it'll all fall apart." Damian's expression softened even further, his gaze tender but steady. "I'm scared too, Jen," he confessed. "But I'd rather be scared with you by my side than face the fear alone." Jen felt her heart race as she stared at him, the vulnerability in his eyes making her feel more alive than she had in a long time. The years of hurt, the lingering doubts, the ghosts of their past, they were all still there, lingering in the background. But in that moment, Jen knew that they didn't have to control her anymore. She didn't have to let her past define her future. "We don't have to figure everything out right now," Jen said softly, her voice full of quiet strength. "But I'm willing to try. I'm willing to see where we can go from here." Damian's eyes brightened, a smile spreading across his face as he let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "That's all I can ask for, Jen. One step at a time, together." They sat in silence for a moment, not uncomfortable, but content. The weight of the past was still there, but it didn't feel as heavy anymore. The road ahead wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be without its bumps and twists. But for the first time in a long while, Jen felt hopeful. Not because everything was perfect, but because in this moment they were willing to build something together. Something real. And that was enough. For now. Chapter 19. True Love. The days that followed were a delicate balance of healing, rediscovery, and the quiet growth of something deeper between Jen and Damian. The weight of the past, of betrayal, pain, and misunderstanding, no longer held the same grip on them. It wasn't as if the past had disappeared entirely, but both Jen and Damian had learned to carry it, to acknowledge it, without letting it define their present or future. Their relationship had shifted, subtly and powerfully. What they once had, that explosive, passionate love fueled by youthful desire and the thrill of newness, had transformed into something more solid, more enduring. There was a quiet maturity to the way they interacted now, a deeper understanding between them that didn't need words to explain. It was in the way Damian would brush his hand against Jen's in passing, the way she would look at him in the middle of a conversation, knowing exactly what he was thinking before he said a word. There was a profound trust that had developed, born not from perfection, but from acceptance and the willingness to forgive and move forward. Jen sat on the couch in their apartment one evening, looking out the window at the twinkling city lights. The soft hum of the city outside reminded her of how far she had come. It wasn't just the physical distance from the heartache of her past. It was the emotional journey she had made, from a place of hurt and distrust to a place where she could finally open her heart again, without fear. Damian was at the kitchen counter, quietly making dinner. She watched him for a moment, her heart swelling with something she hadn't felt in a long time. Pure contentment. She realized how much she had missed the quiet simplicity of their moments together. The small things that had once felt insignificant, but now felt like everything. The way he hummed under his breath while he cooked, the way he would look up from his work and catch her eye, sending a small smile her way that made her insides flutter. "Penny, for your thoughts?" Damian's voice broke through her reverie, his warm smile lighting up the room as he walked over, holding 2 glasses of wine. He set one down on the table beside her and took a seat next to her, his presence familiar and comforting. Jen smiled softly, taking a sip of the wine before setting it down. "I was just thinking about how much things have changed, and how much I've changed." She paused, searching for the right words. "I used to think love was about never making mistakes, about always being perfect for each other. But now, I see that love is about growing together, even when things aren't perfect." Damian's gaze softened as he reached out to gently take her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. "I feel the same way," he said quietly. "I think we both learned that the hard way. Love isn't about avoiding the storms. It's about finding someone who's willing to stand by you, no matter how hard the storm gets. And I know that's what you've done for me." Jen's heart fluttered at his words. She had heard Damian say, "I love you 100 times," but this time, it felt different. There was no hesitation in his voice, no shadow of uncertainty. Just the raw, unwavering truth of a man who had learned to love with all of his flaws and imperfections, and had found a woman who could accept them. "I don't think I ever truly understood what it meant to love someone until I met you," Damian continued, his voice thick with emotion. "Not just love the idea of them, or the version of them that I wanted, but love them for exactly who they are, in all their brokenness and beauty. You've taught me how to love, Jen. You've taught me how to open my heart, even when it scares me." Jen felt a tear slip down her cheek before she could stop it, but it wasn't a tear of sadness. It was the kind of tear that came with the overwhelming sense of peace, the relief of finally letting go of all the hurt and allowing yourself to just feel loved. She turned to face him fully, cupping his face with her hands, her fingers tracing the lines of his jaw as she searched his eyes. "I used to think love was all about finding someone who could fix me or make me whole. But now, I know that it's about 2 people standing together, helping each other heal, and being okay with the fact that we're both flawed. That's what makes it real." Her voice broke slightly, but she smiled through the tears. "And I think, for the first time in a long time, I'm okay with that." Damian leaned forward, brushing his lips against hers in a soft, lingering kiss. It wasn't fiery or desperate, but tender and full of unspoken promises. When he pulled back, his forehead resting gently against hers, he whispered, "I'll spend the rest of my life showing you how much you mean to me. Not because I have to, but because I want to, because you deserve it." Jen closed her eyes, letting his words wash over her, and for the first time, she felt completely at peace with the decision she had made. She wasn't looking for perfection, and neither was he. What they had now, the love they had built, fragile, raw, and beautifully flawed, was enough. It was all they needed. "I love you, Damian," she whispered, her heart swelling with a truth that had finally settled deep within her soul. "And I'm ready for whatever comes next, as long as we're together." Damian pulled her closer, resting his chin on top of her head as they sat in comfortable silence. Outside, the city continued to buzz, but in this small corner of the world, it felt like time had stopped. They had fought their battles, faced their demons, and come out on the other side stronger than before. Their love wasn't perfect, but it was real, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 20, A sweet ending. The months that followed were a testament to the love Jen and Damian had fought so hard to build. Their relationship, once fractured and uncertain, had slowly blossomed into something deep, strong, and irreplaceable. They had weathered the storms of betrayal, misunderstandings, and insecurities. And now, their love was no longer defined by the past. It was shaped by the choices they made to be together, day after day, choosing each other through thick and thin. Jen had come to terms with her past, no longer haunted by Caleb's betrayal or Melissa's fractured friendship. She had forgiven them, not for their sake, but for her own peace of mind. She understood now that holding on to the past only chained her to a version of herself she no longer recognized. Letting go, however, had opened her heart to something much more powerful: the quiet, steadfast love of Damian. Damian, too, had grown in ways Jen never expected. The man who once struggled with insecurity and fear of not being enough had transformed into someone who trusted in their love and in himself with a strength he hadn't known he had. Every glance, every touch, every word they shared now felt like a promise, not of perfection, but of loyalty, respect, and unwavering support. They were no longer two broken people, desperately searching for the missing pieces of themselves. Together, they had become something greater, something whole. One crisp fall evening, Jen found herself standing on the balcony of their apartment, staring out at the city below. The golden glow of the setting sun reflected off the buildings, casting a warm light over everything. The city felt alive, full of endless possibilities. But in this moment, all she could think about was how much she had changed, how much they had changed. She no longer felt the weight of her past pressing down on her. It had been released, healed, and buried, a distant memory. Damian stepped out onto the balcony beside her, holding 2 glasses of wine. His familiar presence, the quiet confidence that had once been lacking, now wrapped around her like a warm blanket. He handed her a glass, his fingers brushing against hers in that tender, familiar way. "Thinking about the future?" he asked, his voice low and soothing. Jen smiled, taking a sip of wine before leaning against the railing. "Yeah, I guess I am. It's strange how things can change, how we can change." Damian watched her with a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting the depth of the love he felt for her. "You've always been capable of so much. I think it just took you a while to see it." He paused, turning to face her fully. "I'm so proud of you, Jen. You've come so far. We've come so far." Jen met his gaze, her heart swelling with gratitude. "We have. Together." Damian stepped closer, his hand brushing against her cheek. "I want to keep building this with you, Jen. I want to keep growing together. No more fear, no more doubt. Just us." Jen closed her eyes for a moment, savoring the feeling of his touch. When she opened them again, her smile was soft but certain. "I want that too, more than anything." They stood there in comfortable silence, watching as the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a sky painted in hues of orange and pink. The world around them seemed to pause, giving them a moment to breathe, to savor the peace they had fought so hard to find. Later that evening, after they had shared a quiet dinner, the conversation turned to the life they were building. Damian spoke of new business ventures, dreams they could chase together. Jen shared her ambitions, her desire to travel, to write, to experience life fully. There was no longer a sense of urgency between them, no need to rush through life to escape the pain of the past. They were content, and for the first time in a long time, it felt like enough. As the evening wore on, they sat together on the couch, their fingers intertwined. Jen rested her head on Damian's shoulder, her heart full in a way it had never been before. She had spent so much of her life looking for love in the wrong places, clinging to a version of herself that didn't fit. But now, with Damian by her side, she felt complete. "Do you ever think about what the future holds?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Damian pressed a soft kiss to the top of her head, his voice filled with warmth. "Every day. But I don't need to know all the answers right now. All I know is that with you, I'm where I'm meant to be." Jen lifted her head to look at him, her eyes searching his face for any sign of doubt. But there was none. Only certainty. Only love. "Me too," she said, her voice steady. "I've spent so much time being afraid of the future, of losing myself. But now, I think I'm ready to embrace it. With you." Damian smiled, his thumb brushing over the back of her hand in a slow, comforting motion. "You don't have to be afraid, Jen. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. You and me." Jen felt a tear slip down her cheek, but it wasn't one of sadness. It was the release of everything she had carried for so long. The anger, the fear, the heartache. It was finally gone. In its place was peace. And love. She reached up to gently touch his face, her fingers tracing the lines of his jaw, memorizing the feel of him, as if she could never let go. "I love you, Damian," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "And I'm so grateful for you." "I love you too," he replied softly, his voice full of the same depth of feeling. "Forever and always." And in that moment, Jen knew that whatever the future held, she was ready to face it. She had found her peace. She had found her home, not in the perfection of their love, but in the honesty, the strength, and the unwavering commitment they shared. Together, they would build a future, one step at a time, with no more fear, only hope and a love that would continue to grow stronger with each passing day. The past was behind them. The future was theirs to create. And for the first time, Jen truly believed that the best was yet to come.
come, all is bright round yon virgin mother and child. Holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace. Thank